Oh.
Vanessa Red Hawk Thompson.
Here.
Michael Lunderman.
Here.
Fremont Fallis. Tanil Blackfeather.
Here.
Bill Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Frederick. Eileen Shaw. Martha Blue Thunder. Sherry Wright Plank. Pam Kilsenwater.
Here.
Raymond Croeagle. Dara Ayat. Donna Hollowhorn Bear.
Here.
Dwight Spotted Tail. We have 12.
We have a quorum. Martha, can you give invocation? Yes.
Here in your state council administration. Etrukashla Kantraka, and Petulela Kit, Trauchmashila, Muhinaship and Katrakashla. Certain Gapigena, we chose any walk, a wong like a Wichaku Etrukashla. Duktek del Enagana, we Troya was a Hechel, Okuji TP check Chepap and Katrakashla. And now we chaglu that no. Wong like we chose any Hechet ya wimpy. Hoogna kumaza chetka teataka ahintampi ashenanaku wanglake yait trankashla ole uhina shipikile na trankashla dene yohila we chose any walk in kupi trankashla and petu on lela ke uhina shipi heche chiela trankashla o chamitako yasi
Hey ha ya hey yo hey ha yo hey yo he hello hey ha yo hey yo hey ha yo hey yo hey ha yo hey yo hey ha yo he hello hey Tonka shela ya pe kawa pa ke na o he ha ke shni na ji klelo ay yo fa te wa o ya te ki ha ya wei chi cha ri ka cha le cha mu lo yo lo ahu klama.
Okay, we have a request to be excused. We have Wayne Fredericks, medical. Anybody else need to be requested to be excused? If not, we need a motion to excuse. Micah, second by Bill. Question by Steve. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 39.
Online, Stan.
Oh.
Donna.
yes
Neil.
yes
Pam.
yes
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried.
201.
Okay, we have the agenda. We got Rosebud Casino, Gaming, Redco. We have a honoring for Roger today to recognize him for his service award. Is there anything else that needs to be on there? Vanessa?
Chairman, can we add, restaurant museum?
Is that over that issue?
Yeah.
I think we probably need to take that to the Attorney General first
Okay.
before we talk about it and see what he says. Maybe he can give you some advice and opinion and,
Yeah.
okay? Martha?
Sometimes can we discuss, the homeless shelter?
Okay. Share?
I was just wanting to request if we could hear from Redco first.
From who?
From Redco?
Okay.
What
Who
is
read
that, Sheriff?
Asking if we could hear
Have
from
Redco first on the agenda? Okay. Anything else? Not, we need a motion to approve the agenda. Share, second by Lisa, question by Micah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Neil? Pam?
Yeah.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Okay, we had a request that we start out with Redco. Are we ready? Okay.
Morning, everybody. Handing out our report, one that we've been handed out at the meeting last few weeks ago, was closed today. We have our February financials in it. Planning on at the next report to bring in our 6-month through the fiscal year financials. We'll build on that next year. Anticipating that. Otherwise, we're going pretty well at Redco right now. My focuses in the past couple of months have been one on the state small business credit initiative that the council authorized Redco to implement in the tribe. It's been somewhat challenging on our end as well as I think on the U.S. government. Trying to get this program that was designed for state governments to work successfully for them to work with tribal governments. It's a number of issues. I think they're trying to work on it. I think we'll get there. Some of you might know the application deadline for that has been extended numerous times. It is now in May. There will be some allocated to tribe is around $7.5 million, which is available for 5 different programs. One is, set up an investment fund, basically, which some states did. We really researched that. It is going to be difficult because we don't have any past performance that we can prove to Treasury or the Treasury Department and federal government that we can manage that. Other ones would be doing direct lending, which we are working to incorporate Tatanka funds into that. That will be able to probably start as of day 1 of when we do it, but something that we will be putting in the application that we are going to look. Another one is participation loans with either a bank or a credit union. We are in discussions with Lakota funds to start, utilize them to participate in loans, how that would work. Lakota funds would, do the underwrite, take the application, do the underwriting, and say they do a $100,000 loan for a tribal business, a tribal member that meets the eligibility for this. We could come in and fund 50% of that. Takes a lot of risk off of Lakota funds, whatever bank we would use to do that. Gets our funds deployed, and most importantly on this, we have to, at least on the initial deployment of the funds, have a 1-to-1 match with private funds, that being from credit union, CDFI, bank, or whatnot. So that would meet that requirement. The overall requirement of the program from the states is at a 10-to-1 ratio, meaning so every dollar that we deploy should in turn generate 10 times that in private capital. I can see that being a very big challenge on this. The people that I've spoken with at Treasury agree with that as well. when they haven't officially said anything, but I know from what I've seen, most, if not all of the states have not ever met that requirement, and there's no repercussions for them on it either. So we are continuing to move forward to get this set up. We'll continue to do the best to get it deployed. Yes, it is a 10-year program, which after 10 years, the funds do return to the tribe. So something we'll need to discuss on, what we're going to do with the funds once their program is over. They all will come back to the tribe, so which is great. Any questions on that?
Go ahead, Chair.
When will you get final decision on that?
It should be like I said, the application's due May 11th. So once we get that submitted, I think there might be a little bit of back and forth with them, just, discussion wise on it. And again, we'll have to come back, and if there's anything that the council needs to approve to do that. Right now, we're working on that list of potential actions that need to be done. Now, those actions don't need to be done at the time of application. Say we've identified them and we're working to get it done.
Okay.
So once that application goes in, it's probably, I don't know, take a month or two maybe to get it done. So I wouldn't anticipate these funds being available until till this fall. But we don't have a timeline on that. And honestly, I don't know, they might extend the application time again. I know a lot of the smaller tribes and Alaskan villages are really having a hard time with this, just structure-wise, having the capacity to even manage this program. So I think that's what's kind of holding it up. So,
Okay.
because it is a rather large undertaking. It's been taking up Michael Lapointe and I's most of our time lately. So
It's a big project.
yeah.
Would like our casino and other tribal entities be able to apply for, and tribal businesses in Redco be able to apply for this funding?
And that was one of the big things that they were working on. Again, they basically got handed it. Here's the model that the states used. Tribes used this. And that was one of my first questions. Well, we can do this. Well, no, you can't. I'm like, well, why not? Well, states don't have those. Like, we're not state. And then, okay, then so they changed it. So they are working to fix it. But.
Okay. Is one last question, is not having a garnishment in the UCC going to be an issue?
Somewhat, but we do have, like Lakota Funds and other lenders that are working here, and then they're going to have to do their UCC filings at the state level. So
Okay.
I'd much rather have it at the tribal level, and everybody else would too. So when we get there, it'll help, but it's not going to stop the program.
Thank you.
Okay. Clay, is there a mic in front of you on that table?
Yep.
Right there, you got it.
This one?
Yeah, it's on, they just can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sit on the chair.
Okay, is that better?
Any other questions for Clay? Lisa?
Hi Clay, thanks for coming. I do have a couple of questions, and one is regarding the winter trailer court. Who is managing that? I've gotten some calls regarding the potholes around the residential area and a lot of trash that needs to be picked up along the fences.
Our Rosebud Facilities Management subsidiary, which is managed by Natasha Eaglestar, and she lives on site.
Okay. So we could refer everything to Natasha?
Yes, yep.
Property, okay. And then also has the payment issue regarding the Turtle Creek, has that been resolved with the tribe? I know that affected our dividend last year, and there were some sit downs with the treasurer regarding I don't know what the payment issue was. Has that been resolved regarding, I know you guys had taken that out of our dividend, but you pay into the the Turtle Creek loan?
Yeah, and I guess I probably should sit down with the treasurers to make sure on that, but
Has it been prior sit downs, and what?
it's been a long time, so.
What was happened regarding those?
Well, when we had to do that, it was, we had, the payments under the agreement from the Turtle Creek Casino coming in hadn't been paid for, I want to say 13 months. was a little over a year, and we had that both on both of our books and on the audits, and it made, a lot more sense to go back in and redo the audits to basically, cross or wash those out, or, us take that out of the dividend, because it was, it was owed, showing on both sides. Because we got all of the monthly reports from the casino, which we didn't get in that whole time frame. We didn't get the payments. We didn't get any, reports on what our percentage of that would have been until we got it in one big thing. And then again, it was like $335,000 at that point. And then payment started as normal after that. And again, after, it all went in our audits and whatnot, it was like, okay, we gotta, do we really want to spend 50,000 plus to redo our audits?
So can you clarify that? Does Redco pays for the Turtle Creek grocery store loan? And then the tribe turned those payments over to Redco? So
the tribe had a loan with, had multiple loans with, one with Native American Bank and one with Shakopee on the construction and the equipment of the grocery store. Redco in 2015 is actually one of the last loans I did while I was working at Native American Bank, refinanced all of that debt in the tribe's name under Redco's name. Now, the tribe still guaranteed that debt, but it was all transferred to Redco, and Redco has been making the payments on that ever since 2015, which is about $24,000 a month.
Okay, and then when the casino was up and running at Turtle Creek, did that revenue go to our casino or did that go to Redco?
So all the revenue, it took off all of expenses first. The casino took a 10% management fee, and the rest came to Redco. So it varied by month. I mean, right before the pandemic, though, that thing was doing.
How much revenue they brought in?
Yeah. So there was never a set amount that we'd get every month. It was just totally based on performance on that month. Now, right before the pandemic, that thing was doing the best it ever had, and was doing like $35,000 a month. And then it went to zero, and.
I wonder, or have you been talking to the casino at all about anticipating opening that portion?
I've tried a few times. We've talked about it, and it never really went anywhere. But definitely looking to. I'd love to get that open again if we can have that discussion. Yes, that again, that $24,000 monthly payment out there on that debt, that definitely takes care of it. Our lease from the grocery store in there doesn't even come close to covering that. So we've been since March of 2020 having to cover that. So
yeah. I know, like with the casinos having problems with employment, and if they do open up out there, that might be an issue too. But I don't know if they'll take a motion from this body to start getting those talks negotiated again, or to get Turtle Creek Casino opened up back out there. I can make that motion.
I think what's going to happen is we haven't made a payment since Turtle Creek had closed down. So I think they're going to have to come up with a figure, maybe request that from the casino as part of their loss of revenue to make that payment to cover what they should have been making. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
Because right now we don't even have.
That wasn't included in that loss of revenue that the casino has already received.
But that's just a suggestion. So.
And then lastly, can you give us an update on the Bolacota Buffalo Range? How many buffaloes you have out there? I know there's been some Yellowstone buffaloes taken out there, and what it looks like in the future.
Yeah, we're gonna be surpassing over, I think, 1,000 head by the end of the summer, which is at least 6 months ahead of schedule of what we were doing. Everything on Bolacota has been ahead of schedule in a good way. It's been awesome. We raised around $5 million. We thought that was going to take a number of years. That got that basically done in a year and a half. That came with great help from World Wildlife Federation that, partnered with us, helping it do that. I mean, it's at the point now we have, philanthropy groups, family foundations, whatnot, that are still trying to give us money on that, which we don't need. So we're turning it down. another thing that I was going to get into, I'll kind of briefly talk on now, is we are going to be hosting a summit for these type of investors to come out to Rosebud in the last week of May. We will be giving them a tour of Wolacota and other things, but we're going to, again, tell them, like, because Wolacota is what got most of their attention and why they're even talking to us and want to do it. But we're really going to highlight what we're doing at the Community Development Corporation and what we're trying to do out at Kewakpala to raise money for that. So, okay, great. You got money you want to give us to do good for our community? Here's where it can be done. So.
And then, were all the improvements made down there with regarding like a new fence?
The fence is still in process. It's all going on schedule though. So yes.
Always get a lot of questions on that, but thank you, Clay.
Yeah.
Any more comments, questions? Any more, Clay?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
I definitely have more.
Russell?
I guess my question is, I'm just reading your report and going to the Rosebud Farm Company. I know you guys have a couple of irrigation pivots out there, and you say that you have received 2 great bids for the use of irrigation pivots from local agricultural producers. And we've been having a lot of conversation about water and water rights. You know, and we still got to deal with the state of South Dakota at some point. The use of water, you know, that's becoming a hot topic now. But who are these local agricultural producers? That are you going to? It doesn't say anything in your report. Are you going to lease it out to them for this year, or what? What are they on a yearly lease, or?
Yeah. So
like you want to plant hemp out there or something at some point in the future, near future.
Yeah. So
what is your immediate plan? Are you leasing that land out?
So we are not leasing it out. Over the past, for the previous 5 years, we had a crop share agreement with a local producer. We ended that. We put it out to bid for another crop share agreement where they're going to be helping us do the farming, but it's our crops. We know we have a split with them on that. You know, basically 70-30, you know, they're doing most of the work, they get that, but we're involved in what's being planted, how it's being planted, how the land's being managed. So we did receive 2 bids. One bid was just they just want to lease it. We turned that bid down. We're working with a farmer out of Valentine to, again, get the crops to where we want, keeping it certified organic. You know, making sure that we're in the best position to start growing hemp out there and keep hemp growing out there. Sorry, we did start that, but working on that. And they are also working with our employees and any employees that we bring in to train on how to work out there. So eventually at the end of this agreement that we're 100% in charge, 100% operating everything. But right now we don't have the expertise on staff to do that, but we are in process of, you know, training our people to get there, so.
Okay, so what kind of agreement do you have with this rancher out of Valentine? Is it 70-30?
Yeah. So
do they at least? Is there a lease payment?
Yeah, they made an initial upfront payment in March, and then when we harvest the crop, then the additional payment will be made. But it's still, you know, bringing us in. I think we're projecting at least $150,000 off of it, which is more than we made on the last agreement by far. So it is making us money, and it is going to our goal of
paying for it.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And I am impressed with the language preservation effort, and then your emergence. You know, I'm really glad you guys took that on, because we talk about it here and we give it a lot of lip service, but we never do anything about it. So I'm thankful for that. I'm a speaker, and we're losing many of our speakers today, and I'm thankful that you guys took this on.
I appreciate that. Yeah, that's one that's a huge focus of ours, and you know, working very diligently
to ensure that it's successful. The school, I think, continues to grow. We did purchase, I call it the old Falcons Arcade. I know it's been many other things. That's out on Main Street and in process of renovating that. So that's where the location of the school will be going forward. And yeah, the Lakoya Wainia program just getting started, but that's great. I'm hoping we can expand that. We want to ensure that we have success with this first group before we try to expand. It's only been up and running for about a month, but it's very good. Yeah, and hoping.
I'm willing to be a resource person. I just let your people know.
I absolutely will. I appreciate that, sir. Okay. Well, then I'll just go into more on that, again, on that investment summit that we're going to have. It'll be the week of, it's the last week in May, right before Memorial Day. I think we're going to have about 30 different representatives from various, like I said, family organizations, charitable, philanthropy-based things, looking for socially responsible investing, which they saw, like, again, the Wolacota was perfect for them. It's helping us keep the buffalo or increase our buffalo herd. It's good for, we're doing it in a environmentally sustainable way with the land. We're producing the data that's showing that. So people love stuff like that. So again, the next thing, my focus on that is from those investors is going to be one, our CDC efforts, getting to our food sovereignty, the language preservation, but also more equally as important is housing development at Kewakpala. We've been working on that for quite some time. We are getting a lot of momentum on it now. Need to keep that going. Most expensive part of that, hardest part to finance of that is the infrastructure, which we'll be looking, to get either these money usually comes in the form of grants or extremely low interest rate loans, like 0.25% up to 1% on very favorable terms. So great, great capital that we can use to keep that project going. And I will, I guess I'll be in touch on that. Definitely, invite council reps out to when we have it to meet some of these people. But again, that'd be, I think it's the 24th and 25th of May. Anyway, that's the Tuesday and Wednesday of that last week in May. So. What's that? Oh, well, I will be here. Yes.
Any more questions for Clay? Steve?
Good morning, council and administration. Thank you for coming, Clay.
Absolutely.
My question is with the question of this Uchangu propane. Where are we at from last year compared to how many trucks we have, how much staff? Did we make any improvements there? Because I'm reading on your report here that getting customers propane when they're out, especially during the cold fronts. I've had some situations or some individuals that I know for a fact that were out during the cold spell, and they had called to try to get propane, and they said they had to wait till the following week because of their schedule. Are you addressing that situation, or is that your policy to go according to that schedule where someone's completely out? You have to wait till next week to get propane?
Whenever there's an emergency like that, I know we do try to get it addressed immediately. It depends on where the person is to where our crews are that day. We do have a set schedule on a weekly basis where we're going to be. So it can be hard to deviate if somebody's, in St. Francis and needs to get to Oak Creek, per se. So we do work on that. I will say we've had all our trucks up and running this year, which has been great. We've been basically fully staffed for the first time since I've been working here, which is amazing. And I have not honestly heard one complaint this year. I'm not saying there hasn't been any, but none's been brought up to me, which is also kind of a first since I've been here. So, but I will look into that and see what we're doing. But otherwise, yeah, things have been going great. They've been profitable this year.
I guess what I'm getting at is even I know a situation where they tried to contact the manager and there was no answer from the manager, period. And so it's been an ongoing problem for years. And I think these situations we need to address. When you put down on paper that, when they're out, you'll try to get the propane. I think when you put that down, I think you really need to put some teeth into that and assure that, especially the elders, households with children, I think that needs immediate attention. Nobody should have to sit in the cold.
Yeah.
Or maybe just depend on an electric stove or, they're out of propane.
Yep.
So if you can see where we're at with that, especially that policy where if you're out, you still have to wait for a week or so because you're not on the schedule for that. You can follow up on that. I'd appreciate it.
I sure will. Thank you for bringing that up.
Good morning, Chairman. I have a question.
Go ahead, Donna? Go ahead, Donna.
Yes. Good morning,
And then Pam.
Council Administration. Clay, I represent the Two Strike community, and we've been trying to get someone to come to our community meeting and explain the propane situation in our community. There's a buffer zone. We can't put up any types of housing in that area or any type of anything. But if we can get someone to come to our meeting with the paperwork from when the propane came into the Two Strike community, because we have some saying that there should be some guidelines for our community members. So if that could be straightened up and if you can come to our April meeting, or if a representative can come to our Two Strike April meeting and explain that situation to us. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll look in that and I'll reach out to you and get that scheduled.
Thank you. Also, did RCI get a loan from the Indian collection?
Oh, we're working to close it now, yes, but it hasn't closed yet.
Thank you.
Pam.
Good morning. Thank you, Council Administration. Welcome. Clay, on the propane situation, I thought maybe my colleague would have touched base on it, but he didn't. You know, propane cost is up really high, and you guys are requiring people to pay for 100 gallons before you deliver. Now, also, I would like to know, at one time, there was a time when if Sichanga Propane was in your community delivering on orders, and if you only had $50, $75, they would put in. Whatever became of that? Why does that not exist, I guess?
I honestly, I'll have to look into if they're not doing that, why not? I know last winter, and I looked into it, most of the times when it got brought up, that all the propane they delivered to the community was already sold. So if somebody come up and said, hey, can I buy some from you? Well, it was already all sold. So we'd have to take it away from somebody who already made an existing order.
But I thought that was the whole point of putting that propane tank in Two Strike for this area, so that, let's say if I did it,
okay.
Let's say I only had $50. Okay, that gives the option of the propane driver to deliver what needs to be delivered, empty out, go up to Two Strike, fill up again, and then come back. I mean, why can't they do that?
I don't know. I'll look in that, get back to you. I wasn't aware of that happening down in that area, but yeah, we do have our storage down there, so.
I'm not gonna say it's happening in my area. I'm just saying it's probably happening across the whole reservation.
Yeah.
That you guys are saying that the propane tickets are already sold, but there's people that are in the community that would like to purchase maybe $50, $75, just something to keep the heat going.
Okay. Yeah, let me look in that. I'll get back to you on that, Pam.
Thank you.
Lisa, and then Chair.
Oh, I was just gonna go back and make a motion to go ahead and start the process of the casino again on reopening the group.
Second.
Okay. Okay. Motion by Lisa, second by Cher. Question by Steve. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
15,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Cher, do you have comment, question?
I did. Would you, for your next report, would you bring, Travis here?
Okay.
The GM of, propane? I had a conversation with him about a month ago or so regarding metered propane in communities, such as like, Two Strike was actually one of the communities that he said he would like to do a pilot program. And, he said it would be very, profitable and helpful, and it would help not just Redco and the tribe's dividend, but also help the customer
Yep.
get a cheaper price on propane. And it would be just like our electricity bill, where we don't ever run out because it's just metered and we pay for what is given. And I would like to see that happen. So I would like to hear more from him. And I just wanted to comment on Sichangu propane and just say that, you know, it shows that when the tribe supports our local businesses, that they're profitable. Because this is the most profitable that I've ever seen Sichangu propane.
Yep.
I just wanted to comment and let the manager know, good job.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, they've, you know, propane has had its struggles over the years, but finally, again, in a really good place. So we had all our vehicles, all our drivers. It was awesome to have that. So, yeah, thank you for the support. And yes, I'll reach out to Travis today and get him, make sure he's here next meetings. But that metered program is something that we have been looking at for a while. It is something that we'll have to roll out in different phases because it is rather expensive to do. But once up and running, yeah, it's, you know, we get notified that when you get, you know, hit a certain amount and can schedule it automatically. So
I think that would be good and maybe something that'd be worthy of putting an ARPA proposal into the
Okay.
ARPA committee. Thank you.
Pam, then Lisa.
Clay, you said our trucks, how many trucks do we have?
we have 4.
We have 4 trucks?
Yeah.
And they all have drivers?
Yep.
Okay, so what's the, so how many communities does one truck do?
It, I guess, depends on the demand of that week or that day when they go out. So it's not a set program, but it depends on what we have. We try to get as many out as we can.
Do you have any, you don't have their schedule or anything?
I don't have it on me. I apologize.
And then also maybe on that propane stuff, are you able to get a schedule out to communities so that they know what days you're going to be out there?
Yeah, and we've been doing that for quite some time. If it's, you know, something it's not reaching everybody, then we'll can adjust to help get that
I don't know
done.
how you guys are doing it, but like me myself, when I was out of town, my son had run out of propane at home. And when I had called, they said they did Spring Creek on Mondays and it was Tuesday. And I would have to wait till Wednesday or Thursday to get propane, but by then that blizzard had hit, so I was trying to get somebody to get propane down there. But I think it'd be better if you get it out to a lot more people and
Okay.
easier. Thank
We'll
you.
do that. Thank you.
Lisa? Okay.
I got a few more things. So. No one kicked me out. That's so cool. But
Give us a dividend check.
I guess the last thing I've been working with the Economic Development Committee on working on the cannabis sales for medical cannabis, working in there. Do have an non-disclosure agreement with an entity to help us get that up and running, which I had a good conversation with them last week. and should be getting a proposal on, you know, what it's going to look like, what it's going to cost, timelines on getting that up and running. With the NDA, I don't want to say too much more on it, but it is in process. I briefed Economic Development Committee on it yesterday, and really looking forward to getting this going.
Okay. That's it. That's it. Okay, Sheriff? Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I just wanted to, I know that there was some questions regarding the Indian loan. Was that all clarified and complete?
Yeah. We have that. We're working with them to just to get we got the final documents ready. They needed a couple more things, and we started that back in October. Just had to get them updated financials, and then it'll be done. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can we get a motion to approve Redco's report? Jordan, second by Ray. Question by Steve. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
15,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Thank you, Clay.
Thank you, everybody.
We usually do. I'll remind them that we do so. Okay, we'll go back to the top of the agenda. We've got Rosebud Casino. We usually go off the air because they talk about figures and finances, so I'll ask Justin to take us off the air. Pam?
Chairman, can I ask that we stay on air until we get to the financial part of the discussion?
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Pete, are you ready?
Morning, Council Administration.
Morning.
Thank you, Pete.
So as you all probably already know, this is our February report, since we did not have one in March. So I will start with the financials. Can everybody hear me okay?
You want to stay on air?
Probably not right now while the financials are being read. So
Is there anything else that he's going to talk about besides the financials?
Well, I think if you guys any other questions for him after the financials, we can go off the air. Or we can go back on air.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ken.
For
Keith, have him go off for now.
You got a lot of work to do.
For his, by the South Dakota High School Athletic Association. So we thought that we should recognize him too. He's been a coach for many years. He provided a lot of activities for our youth and did a lot of service for our youth. So we wanted to recognize him today. So if you come up, Roger, we'd like to say some good words about you and recognize you and maybe sing an honor song for you and shake your hand. So. Rick, come out with us. You know, he was famous for a while there. He was on TV and also he was out there by himself. And he was all slicked up and stuff. So I thought that would look pretty good. And they said that maybe we should do the same down here. So I want Roger to know that we do appreciate all of his service that he provided for our youth, all the coaching he did over the years, and advice he's given to us, and direction he's given to athletes and tribal membership. Now that they've grown up to be adults themselves, I'm sure they appreciate him as well. So I want to give him a certificate
It's for receiving a 2022 Distinguished Service Award from the South Dakota High School Activity Association. This is presented by me and signed off by William Kendall, Vice President, and it's a certificate of recognition. So we'll give you that. We'd also like to present a start book to you for honor you today. And I want to say a few words about how you felt when you was out there.
Oh, I know the award was a surprise, and I got to thank all the kids that that I've worked with over many years, and I've always said that you want recognition and work for it, earn it. And to me, this was a big surprise, especially from the board of directors at the High School Activity Association. A lot of times, we get into that knowing that we're working with these young kids' lives in order for them to succeed. And hopefully they got something out of what we had to offer, what I had to offer. I didn't do it alone. I mean, there was a lot of people that helped along the way. But I've always treasure friendship. I don't think if I have met as many people as I have over the years, I probably wouldn't have got the award. So I appreciate that. It's an honor to be here in front of you. It's an honor to be honored this way with our people. Not a politician, so I can't talk very long. But I tell you, we can, it'd be a locker room. I tell you, I'd hustle, get back on defense, But I just appreciate my family. They've done a lot for me. So
I have a thanks for coming, Roger, and I really appreciate all of your contributions to our youth throughout the years. When they say you've been a coach for a lot of years, I truly believe that because you were my coach.
Yeah.
And a lot of your fundamentals and leadership I did carry through. And I just want to let you know that you're appreciated. I'm glad you got your award.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
We certainly do appreciate your service. And today we also have Lynn Blackbeard here to give Roger a name and say a few words. We'll go ahead and let Ben want to set up.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman and Councilman. You are trying to understand a bit use of the law. I'd like to say a few words on behalf of my brother-in-law. He was pretty active in as a coach at St. Francis, and I think he took the team to state a couple times, maybe.
Oh, what?
Yeah, and Todd County, he coached at Todd County as well. And I certainly appreciate my brother-in-law. He was way more than a coach. He worked with the athletes. He actually had personal contact with them and really improved their lives, not just playing basketball, but I think he was able to, help them out personally as well. He listened to their problems, he gave them advice, and I think did a great job in that regard. So he was a great coach, and I appreciate that, my son worked with him, and my son turned into a really, really great basketball player, under him. And he credited him with that. And he not only is with basketball, he was talking with, I think it was Kahashi here, that they played football in high school. I think they were, I don't know if they were number one or somewhere way up on top there, They just lost one of their players, Bill Emery, I think just passed away recently. So they were talking about that. So he's also good with football, basketball. During the summertime, he worked with young kids in softball. Played softball. And and he also, I think, plays golf. Yeah. I go walking in the back someplace, in the back of my house, and every once in a while I see golf balls sitting over there. I find all the stray balls over there.
So he also, so he's a golf ball player and he's, has a lot to do with all that. So today, I am going to give him a Lakota name.
Oh.
And we are going to name him from this day forward. He's going to take this Lakota name with him as long as he lives. And hopefully for a long, long time yet. So we're going to call him Kapshkawachiampi. Oh, is that what it is? Wowachi. Kapshka Wowachi is what we're going to call him. We're going to give him that name, and we'll honor him with that. So I'll send that to the singers. Kapshka Wowachi. Wowachi. Ja, o kaki lechi ya uki hamazaska o poinge. Ya on behalf of Roger, I want to donate $100. Singers.
Or your pen, I'll write that down. Let you on do it.
All right, very good. I gotta run off to a funeral.
We do have something, Russell?
Yeah, I'd like to, I've known him, I don't know your age, but I've known him for over 50 years, you know, so that's been a long time. I went to school with him, I know his dad, I know his relatives, brother-in-law. And as a brother-in-law, you can make your other brother-in-law do whatever you want him to do. So remember that. Keep him in line, but I'd like to make a motion that we also do a monetary gift to Roger.
There's a motion by Russell, second by Steve to give a monetary donation. $1,000. Question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Stan.
Oh.
Donna.
Yes, amend to 15.
10 to 15, is that okay? Amendment 15.
15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion
13,
carried.
0, 0.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Chairman,
Oh, go ahead. Oh, yeah.
Russell, would you say a prayer for us today?
Sure. Another, very honored to have one of our own come here and be honored, and, you know, it took almost a lifetime to achieve something that's really special. So I'm really thankful that we honored Roger here today, and they also made cake and they brought food for us, so we want to say a blessing and with food and continued long life for all of us. And Roger also, remember him in our prayer. Yeah.
I'd like to say something before we go into the prayer for the middle. I have the utmost respect for Roger. Like everybody said, it's been a long time coming. He was my coach in high school, and the guidance, the leadership development, you know, being an athlete and him being my coach, I carry that, what his teachings were with me today. And I'm reminded of what he taught me in high school. He was started to be my coach when I was in 8th grade up to my junior year. And I carry those still with me sitting in this room with all of you. So thank you for being, you know, a positive male role model in my life, Roger. And I appreciate that, you know, what you instilled in me. And, you know, not to date you, but you was also my son's coach. And the guidance and what you instilled with him is, you know, he carries that with him today, attending college. So thank you, and I appreciate what you've been to myself and to my family.
Thank you.
Chairman, I would like to say one thing too, please.
Go ahead, Donna.
I'd also like to congratulate Roger and his family for the achievement and to keep up the good work. I had the opportunity to decorate during all the athletic banquets, working while Roger was doing all the banquets. We had the opportunity to decorate for the students. So I'd like to congratulate him and to keep moving forward. Thank you. Thank you, Roger.
Thank you.
Are we done? Anyway, let me say my prayer, but while we're eating too, Roger wants to tell you the story how he broke his helmet, football helmet. Anyway, I'm gonna say a prayer. It wasn't that Belvedere either. Păi dați la acantușni vota cu manchata yampi con. Ole am petu ki kolau yampi wa ya unguloni yampi. Ya wani to ota apskate oi katra Petra for yunka etan vitroin chate wasteste ya apskata pina ya ekta ki gloni yampi for yunka le am petu ki ya wo ki no vitrozani tokata ki hechana chiwahe vai votar que o manik de é um pouquinho pelo não peço que ele não convoite é o hippie não voite é um capi zani de é um peço que ele chicha foi já pelo que lá por o mitaku eu
Okay, motion by Pam and second by Lisa. Need a question? Ray, you need a number?
22-104.
104? 22-104. All in favor, bringing on as emergency legislation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion to approve resolution 22-104.
You second? Steve?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Gee, I'm barely reading 6. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Committee shall review and make all recommendations to the Tribal Council regarding all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, memorials, highway plans, federal 638 projects and programs pursuant to RST Ordinance 8702, Section 8.0, and whereas the RST Transportation Program has advertised for bids for the Old Hollowwood Bridge Project 1102-20 for the replacement and reconstruction of the bridge and recommends the selection of Rosebud concrete based upon Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council Meeting January 13, 2022. Whereas RST Ordinance Number 94-125 establishes the procurement policy and procedure for the use of the departments and entities of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for the procurement of goods and services. Whereas RST Ordinance Number 94-125 requires purchases of 10,000 or more requires the approval of Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Whereas the RST Transportation Committee has reviewed the proposed contract between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and Rosebud Concrete Incorporated and recommends the selection of Rosebud Concrete Incorporated for the replacement and reconstruction of Old Hollowwood Bridge in the negotiated amount of $1,241,921.75. And whereas nothing in the agreement shall constitute a waiver or abrogation of sovereign immunity or any statutory immunity. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe accepts and adopts the recommendation of the RST Transportation Committee to award selection for the replacement and reconstruction of the Old Hollowwood Bridge to Rosebud Concrete Incorporated in the amount of $1,241,921.75. Be it also resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign and execute the design build proposal on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Be it finally resolved, nothing in the agreement shall constitute a waiver or abrogation of sovereign immunity or any statutory immunity.
Any discussion? Not, we need a question. Sheriff? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Council.
That's it. Okay, Lisa?
I have a couple of motions to make. I spoke with our lobbyists regarding the numerous calls, conference calls that come in for consultation on federal funding and infrastructure. A lot of times those calls come in and we've been during our council meetings. I know, Chairman, you're unavailable to get on those calls. And
Yeah.
I did speak with Sherry and I'd like to make a motion to put Sherry in as your alternate.
Sure.
To sit in on, listen on those calls when you're not available.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay. Motion by Lisa to make her alternate to help me out with the consultation meetings, okay? Second by Ray. Question by Steve. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
12.
Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Not voting.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
Then I have a couple of travel motions here. I'd like to make a motion to approve travel to Denver for the NARF Gala dinner. They did invite Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And that will be on April 16th.
Okay. Motion for travel to Denver for NARF recognition, right? Is that what it is? What's it called? A gallant?
Yeah. Their dinner gala.
Oh, gala.
Yeah.
Fancy word. So who's
Gala.
second by Cher, question by Steve. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Stan?
How?
12.
Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried.
And then I move to approve a travel to the National Indian Gaming Association Conference in Anaheim, California on April 19th through April 22nd.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Need a second? Cher? Question by Pam. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Stan?
How?
Donna?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried.
And then I make a motion to approve travel to the Native American Economic Development, Healthcare, Housing, and Cannabis and Hemp training in Temecula, California on June 14th through the 15th.
Okay,
And the registration ends, I think, on the 15th.
okay. Motion on the floor. Need a second?
Share.
Second by Cher. Question by Pam. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Stan?
How?
Anna?
Native American Economic,
Yes.
Tennille?
Healthcare, Housing, Cannabis, and yes.
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Now that you mentioned, council, now that you mentioned this hemp conference, we were talking about stadium, and I need to report the last amount that they were. I guess you guys had a discussion in economic development the other day, so I need to go ahead and let you know what's going on with it, but we can't do it on air, so.
I also make a motion to approve travel to the RES conference. Is that gonna be in Las Vegas? On May 23rd. Oh, 26th. 23rd to the 26th.
Okay, a motion by Lisa, second by Pam, question by Cher. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Stan?
How?
Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, Justin, can we go off the air, please?
Justin.